Hello. Hello, good evening. Welcome to this event of the Club of Rome. We are Pepper Room, and yeah, we just hope that you can enjoy between the very interesting debates. So we'll play a few songs, 2 more or 3 more before the whole real event starts. So enjoy, listen in, and have a further talk. This is Pepper Room.
Seid ihr auch NRW? But there's nothing in it.
Thank you very much. This was the first warm-up set. We'll be back at the break with some more power jazz from Pepper Room.
And applause for Pepper Room. Good evening. Great that you're all here. After 2 years, we have a new edition of the Beau Lieu Café. It took a long time, but we are here. We have three fantastic guests for the sofa. We have a fantastic moderator. He's getting younger and younger. Carl Falkenberg, please take over from me. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you, Louis. Cheers to everyone. Welcome back to a Beau Lieu Café. We're taking enormous risks. If you see the precipice that is right next to me here, I hope I'm not going to fall into it in the course of the evening. It's great to see you back. It's great that Beau Lieu Café is back here at the Residence Palace. I'm sure you like the venue as much as we do, and it's really one of the best in Brussels. Behind me you see that this is organized by the EU chapter of the Club of Rome. If you're interested at all, you can check us out on clubofrome.eu, our website. We've updated it a little bit more substance. Also possibilities to join us if you want to begin to be active and help us talking ideas around sustainability. All of that on the website. If you think that what we're doing is good, there's even a possibility to donate. We have been recognized, surprisingly, because we're just a communicator, by the King Baudouin Foundation, and any donations will get a 30-40% tax deduction certificate. So anyone feeling like this is something that needs to be supported, you can find all of that on our website. I'll restart tonight with a fresh band, Pepper Room. You've enjoyed them so far, I hope. They will come back in the break, and we'll ask them for a third gig at the end of the event. We will talk about sustainability and security, a very, very wide subject. We have, I think, a great set of discussants here on the couch. And all of those who have been here before know that the star of the evening is the red sofa. The red sofa, in the break, you can take pictures on it, but you have to pay someone something for the honor to be sitting on that couch. Okie dokie, with those kind of introductions and a great welcome, who is our first guest, Inge?
Yes, thank you, Carl. I'll present her. In Vienna, a green leader so keen directs where defense is seen. She guides with insight for a Europe hopeful and bright, bridging cultures for a strong dialogue scene. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first special guest, Verena Ehold, Managing Director of the Environment Agency of Austria.
Hello, Verena. It's a small podium here this time, so we have to try and work it out. But it's great to see you here, and thank you very much also for co-sponsoring our event tonight. But in looking at your CV, I saw that you have also worked a little bit with the Defense Ministry before you became in charge of the Environmental Bureau, or the Environmental Agency of Austria.
Yeah,
Can you tell us about it?
I've not really been working for the Defense Ministry, but cooperating with them. I'm still a board member of their Scientific Advisory Council on scientific questions. And I also participated in a strategic leadership program of the Defense Ministry where a lot of different leaders from politics, society, NGOs, economics came together to build a real resilient mindset.
Okay, I suppose you now understand why we have invited her to talk about sustainability and security issues. Please, Verena, take a seat on the red sofa and allow us to proceed to the next invitee.
Next one. In Dessau's modern halls resides a leader with insights as guide. He steers knowledge grand for a greener and fairer land where global and local coincide. Please welcome Dirk Messner, the president of the German Environment Agency.
Good to see you, Karl.
Yeah, welcome, Dirk.
We are old friends.
We have
Old
been
friends.
old. Well, both are definitely old, but we know each other for a very, very long time.
20 years.
When you were, but you were very much involved in developmental issues, and you found. I mean, I did trade before I came to environment. You did development before you came to environment, right?
Yeah. I was for 15 years the director of the German Development Institute in Bonn, so looking at issues around global sustainability in cooperation with what we call the Global South. And I founded also the Global Governance School at the German Development Institute, where we worked together with non-G7, G20 countries, because our perspective was that these global issues, planetary ones, need to be solved together with these non-G7, G20 countries.
Yeah. I remember a conference in Berlin, I remember a conference in Bonn, and I do remember that international local, global local was very often one of your approaches.
Yeah, we try to develop development cooperation further in Germany into this direction. No? So on the one hand side, supporting partner countries to develop their economic and political and institutional settings and systems locally. And on the other hand side, as we all understood, is that we need partners for global problems, I call them world problems, to solve those. No? And combining this, local development, local investments, and global problem solving is something I'm very interested in.
I think we're going to be diving into those subjects tonight.
I'm looking forward to that.
Please have a seat. And our third guest.
There once was a man green and wise, EU's ambassador to the skies. With climate and communication at hand, he strives for a peaceful land, balancing Earth with security ties. A big applause for our last special guest, Tony Agota, EU Ambassador and Special Envoy for Climate and Environmental Diplomacy.
Hi, Tony.
Hi.
We have been neighbors even, huh? I mean, the world is small sometimes.
But you didn't know I was your neighbor. I knew you. I was watching you.
Well, I tried to watch around. Yeah, but but it's a long time ago, and we had already planned your presence at our last event where we were looking at the Arctic, and your job requirements made it impossible to attend then.
sorry.
So I'm very, very pleased that
But
you
they
made
don't
it.
know where I am now, so
You didn't tell
I didn't
them,
tell
huh?
them. No.
But I think it's going to be interesting to see your perspective on this this subject of today: sustainability, security. You are representing the EEAS, the European External Action Service, looking into external and defense issues. And I think I have a few questions that we ought to be discussing tonight.
Yes. No. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to this. You can do the questions. I'll do the answers. But I'm also looking forward to and glad to be here because it's a very diverse group, which I think is fine. And I want to know, because I used to play in a band, we did cover songs. I have a sense that this band is doing their own songs. Is that true? Yes. So I just want a big shout out because that's something else.
And one more secret on the band, as usual, we have hidden in the band someone who's particularly good on environmental issues. one of their members is a CEO, a sustainability CEO of a large Belgian company. So they're not just musicians, but they're musicians that have a link with the issues we debate here.
Are they a donor for this evening?
No, their donation is their music. Tony, please have a seat. Okay, thank God there are no wheels on this thing, so even if I move, it might hold. And if you see that I'm getting too close, please, in the audience, shout out. I'm not looking into my rear mirror. Verena, I would like to start with you, because I have seen in the media that you have been highlighting a little bit the fact that security, sustainability, they are not, basically they can't be divided, because security without sustainability won't work, sustainability without security won't work. So somehow, even if a priori you might think that these are not notions that are together, we need to address both, and that's what we're trying to do here. And because you have done something written even about it, why don't you give your view on this relationship?
Yeah, thank you very much. Security and sustainability are basically two sides of the same coin. But in reality, I think we experience that security and sustainability appear to be two different worlds. So I think we really have to be more open, because sustainability means for me securing the prosperity, stability, also security within planetary boundaries. And it's not just a green add-on, it's basically the fundament of resilience. It's true sustainability, I think, is systems thinking. It's climate change, loss of biodiversity, economic and security. They all go together. You can't reinforce the one without hurting the other one. So it's extremely important that we start thinking outside of our silos and to see that we have basically more in common than we believe.
Okay, so that's the one angle, the angle of in the substantive, if I can call it, relationship between the two that you have highlighted. Dirk, if I look at you and your past in, as we were saying, international or global and local, the global systems or our global world is falling to pieces for the moment. So this issue of sustainability, security, when you look at the international reality where we try to have rules, whether UN, in trade, WTO, in climate, UNFCCC, in others. I mean, we have a range of organizations, of institutions where we have tried to deal with those issues, both sustainability and security, and somehow they are being put in question for the moment. So, from your past, where or how would you place this subject at this point in time?
I would like to reflect briefly about the local dynamics and how they scale up to global issues and how we look at those. No? I have been the co-chair of the German Advisory Council on Global Change, and in 2007 we wrote a report, 500 pages thick, about climate and security issues. But we wanted at the beginning write a report about adaptation to a 3.5 degrees warmer world, because this was the pathway we were on in 2007. No? And we put all the data together, and at the end of the day we titled the report not Adaptation to a 3.5 warmer world, but we gave it the title Climate Change as a Security Risk. No? Mm-hmm. So let me move into this subject very briefly. It's with a local perspective on human security, and then with a global perspective does this scale up to global challenges then, where we need global cooperation? So very quickly, the local dimensions, I think we call this climate conflict constellations. If you take heat and droughts and water scarcity together, you run into food security issues. And the World Bank is arguing that we will get, on a 3.5 degrees warmer pathway, we would get between 500 million to 1.3 billion people additionally suffering food security crisis. So this is human security and scaling it up to many people. No? If you look into extreme weather events, I mean, I'm coming from Germany. Remember the Ahr Valley 2-3 years ago? We got extreme weather events in a country with strong infrastructure, actually. No? We thought. And then we saw these pictures looking like a situation after a war, and we got 40 billion costs being produced by extreme weather events during one single night. No?
And 125
and 150
or so.
people dying no? in Germany. And we see these events in Valencia, in South Asia. These are now events which are happening every few weeks. No? So second element, human security being scaled up. No? A third element is migration. The IPCC is arguing that on a 2.5, 3.0 degrees pathway, we probably will see climate-driven between 40 million to 200 million additional refugees worldwide in 2050. This is about human security and has global implications. No? And then a fourth example is sea level rise. We all know that several small island states will simply disappear. No? We have a colleague here in front of us, international lawyer. So these countries will disappear. We have no law concepts for that. No? Many people affected, territories and nations disappearing, being driven by climate change. No? So this is the local perspective. No? And what we saw then is that these kind of constellations will happen in parts of the world or will happen intensively in parts of the world which are already weak and which we call and label declining states, capability nation states, or weak nation states. So these impacts will come on top of that. No? So we will see conflict dimensions in this regard. And this in a situation in which our international system is eroding and bringing global cooperation together to avoid this, because avoiding is about mitigating climate change, and managing it, this is investing in the capabilities to handle these kind of dynamics which I already talked about.
Yeah, thanks for that perspective. Over to Tony. Tony, as I said, you're a roaming ambassador, I understand, or something of that sort. Yeah. And you're covering essentially also climate and environment, but your organization, EAS, is covering foreign and defense issues. And so I would like to hear you out a little bit more specifically, perhaps, on the security notion of today. How would you try to define it or to place from an EES perspective, this notion of security, which potentially is extremely broad. So it might be interesting to hear it. And by the way, I should have said this as a startup, we normally work under Chatham House rules, and whoever doesn't know Chatham House basically means you can talk about everything that is being discussed here, but don't put it to any individual names. That allows us a more open or more free discussion on the different issues, and I hope that everyone can accept to play on those bases. So everything is being said here can be referred to, but not by addressing it to any individual. Thank you very much. And now over to you, Tony.
Thank you. I don't know whether you thought you'd unlock some hidden secrets. No, thank you for that question. It's very pertinent because security is like blah blah. It can mean anything. The way I think we look at it is the impact of climate change and environmental degradation. First of all, the resilience of our economy and our society will be affected Think of, you spoke about rising sea, what happens to our ports. You talk about increased heat, what happens to deaths or even institutional crime, organized crime, not organized, criminality, which increases, which latest researchers show. So that's resilience. The second part which you could discern is that if you look abroad, countries that are already fragile, as you said, under this impact, water stress, you could have conflict over water, you can have conflict over arable land, because this is a problem. You can have conflicts over critical minerals, because rogue powers will abuse these fragilities and come in, whether it's in the Arctic or whether it's in the Sahel. India, Pakistan, two nuclear-powered countries. They have a water industry treaty from 1960, which according to Pakistan is being held in abeyance. This could be a casus belli. What about the grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam? Egypt, for 90%, is relying on water from the Nile and coming from Ethiopia. Right now, the basins are full because we had good rain seasons. But if there's less rain and Ethiopia has to make a choice between water for Egypt or electricity for Ethiopia, that could be a casus belli. So there's that security issue. And then finally, because you mentioned defense, I think increasingly the latest discussion is we're going to unlock billions justifiably to shore up our defenses. At the same time, we want to be very competitive in clean tech. Third, we see in Ukraine what's happening with very quick innovation cycles that follow each other up, and the electrification that is so important to have energy on spot. And if you allow me just to give an anecdote, in 1945 a soldier needed 1 liter of gasoline a day. In 2020 in Afghanistan, that was 25 liters. 1 liter of gasoline, retail price around 2 to 3 euros. On the bring it to a base or a forward base is about 45 euros, because you got to protect it. You need 7 liters of gasoline to get 1 liter to the base. And then, of course, the mortality rate of people in those convoys. It just doesn't make sense to have fossil fuel convoys. So there's a clear economic rationality, a deterrence to have more clean tech put into our defense money. And by the way, we're asking citizens to foot the tax bill for defense in years to come. They need return on dividend in terms of dual use and competitiveness. So there's a real good story to tell there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I got from one of our members of the EU chapter of the Club of Rome, when we started publicizing this event, I got a page of argument about what are you talking about? You're the Club of Rome, and you can't be trying to argue more weapons to more peace. Weapons, whatever happens, you either don't use them because you stay in a peaceful environment, then they rot away and they're a waste, or you are in an environment and then you use them and then they have a negative effect on the environment. And I thought I should raise this, I should bring this up, this thought here, because it is somewhere, but on the other hand, there is also a hard reality that is coming very close to Europe. We have, for a long time, been in a situation of sufficient deterrent to not be exposed to direct military risks, and that has changed. And therefore, as you said, we need to also think about this element of security. So we have in security, we have really today military security, we have environmental, we have climate, we probably have something like social developments. Our inequalities are rising. If I look at the political scenery, I would even say we have a political risk of our systems, our democracy coming under threat. So security is really very, very broad, and I think we need to separate a little bit and perhaps begin to talk about some of these aspects in more detail. So is the answer to all of this, Verena, I'll start with you again, is the answer, is there a fundamental answer to this which means we have to talk with each other. We have to begin to have global conventions, agreements. We used to talk about a global rule-based system, but it's under attack. So how can we try to go about these issues?
Yeah, for sure. Well, one elderly military told me once he doesn't understand why I'm arguing for sustainable defense, because war never is sustainable. And I think this is exactly the point. War is what we have to avert by all means, because nothing is that deadly, that destroying everything, and that costly. So we have to start talking to each other. And I think it happens. And there are a lot of activities happening at the moment, also in the defense sector or in the homeland sector. People are aware, but we need to sit together on the same table. We need to look at the same data. We have to make the same analysis, and we have to combine our strategies, to combine our forces, for example, like dual use. I mean, historically, the military research has driven technology forward, and dual-use goods were kind of the benefit of the high investments. If you talk about security, you always have to think that it rests always on three pillars. The first is energy independence and supply chain security. The second is, of course, military strength and the ability to defend. And the third one is economic resilience and also strategic partnerships. So all of those three pillars are equally valid. Energy independence, for example, we will simply not be able to afford to waste energy for poorly isolated military buildings or to transport fuel over miles and miles, risking lives of soldiers on the way. We also cannot afford being incapable of securing supply chains. For example, a lot of military personnel will be bound by securing waterways. I mean, it happens right now. The Strait of Hormuz is under attack again. And all of these things are combined. So you need a strong economy to renew the military forces. You need energy independence. You need sustainability. Also, circular economy is absolutely key to have like resource autonomy and resource independence, food independence. All of this is so related to each other. And I think the knowledge is here, the data are here. We just have to start sharing, and we have to start trusting each other, because all those silos, they have their own research, they have their own data. And I think this is the point of no return, basically, where we simply don't have the time, nor the resources to waste, because the threats are imminent, the threats from climate change. It's not something future. And just recently I heard that the UK, for example, identified the loss of biodiversity as a national threat to security. I mean, things are happening and we have to be aware of that.
Well, we have here in Belgium also a new institution to examine the risks, basically environmental, climate-related risks to Belgium and how to address those risks. So there is this clear security awareness coming from those issues. There is a very clear awareness also coming on the more defense side itself, because people feel we are under threat. And I have the impression in the last year here in Europe, we have somehow convinced ourselves that we cannot defend ourselves. We kind of need our friend from the other side of the Atlantic, who has given us the last 50, 60, 70 years of peace with a very strong nuclear deterrent that somehow is going to be put in question. And so I have the impression that we are all in search of what are the points on which we can count, what are the systems that we can still count on to actually address these systems. That's why I talked about all these international organizations that we have built, but which are under attack. We're seeing that even our partner in the United States is withdrawing from many of these organizations. So how do we still deal with climate change without the United States? How do we deal with water issues? How do we deal with all these issues? We need to find strength in Europe. But are we capable of addressing all of this? Dirk, I'm looking a little bit at you.
I'm happy for this question, I must say, because when I'm looking at the two systems, the two basic systems, Tony, of military and classical security, international policy making on the one hand side, first part of the international system, and then on the other hand side, which is development aid, humanitarian aid, investments in international cultural cooperation, climate investments, renewable energy investments, science, international science cooperation, and so forth. So when I'm looking at these two elements of the system, I think it is not balanced, and we are doing big mistakes in the second system. And my picture is the following, Carl. I mean, when we work together on a daily routine, we both had not been argued in favor of what we are doing in Germany now, a 500 billion euro fund for military investments to make us capable to defend ourselves. We would not have argued into this direction. But I'm now defending it, I must say. We have Putin on the one hand side, we have Trump on the other hand side. We need to become better in this field to defend our countries, our democracies, our values, our economies, our people. So this is, we can talk about the dimensions, 5%, 3%, but we have to have big investments there. We have to invest in our capabilities and make these even green and so forth. I agree with that, Verena. But now let's have a look on the second element of the international political policy making, which are these fields which I talked about very briefly and quickly. And what we can see is that Mr. Trump is destroying this whole system from aid to climate, to energy, to humanitarian investments, to science cooperation, all of that. But what are we doing in Europe? We are actually also cutting our funds in all these fields, in almost all countries across Europe. And for me, this is a deep frustration. You talked about the Chatham House rules. I'm telling to everyone, to our ministers, that I'm not at all happy with this kind of direction. We are not only moving too slow into a certain direction, we are moving fast into the wrong direction. My perception is that in the second field of international cooperation, we actually needed to ask to double our investments, international cooperation, because we every 2 years during the last, I did a list when the war in Ukraine started. I did a list when I heard this, about global interdependency crisis starting in the 2000s. And I had a list with every 2 years a big global interdependency crisis. So the refugee crisis, the international financial crisis, Islamic State, and so forth. So our global system was already very unstable. And what we are doing now is in the second system, the civil corporations internationally, we are cutting our budgets down. And I think that we are moving into a completely wrong direction. I'm coming back from China. I was in China last week. I mean, there I'm a member of an advisory group to the Chinese government. And the title of this high-level task is the new role of China as an environment and climate and development actor in the new geopolitical context. So the US moving out, Europe cutting down its budget. Where is the space in which China should move into? We are opening the doors, cutting our budgets in these fields to authoritarian actors. So this is very dangerous. And to getting these climate and security and environment and security issues done, we needed to do much more into this different direction.
It's good that you mentioned what we would have done X years ago.
Things has been. I mean, if you
I
allow me
remember.
another,
I can admit that I was out in the streets as a student when Helmut Schmidt was trying to put nuclear weapons into Germany.
I lost the group of the young socialists in Germany in these days. No.
I did not appreciate, but in retrospect, it provided 70 years of peace for Europe, and a lot of people now are beginning to say, well, we have a real problem because this deterrent is disappearing, and we now need to come up with something else, and we need to come up with something else here in Europe. And I think the key question, and I think, Tony, it's going to go for you, but happy for anyone else to join in, also leads to what you were saying about China. I mean, in my perspective, I see a world breaking down in kind of 3-4 parts. Hemisphere approaches. The United States have the Americas. Russia has a large area in God knows where the limits would be. China is looking for all of the southern Asian area. And we Europeans are kind of convinced that we are too weak to stand up in all this on our own. If we are convinced that we can't stand up, then we get outcomes like the trade negotiations with the United States and Turnberry, where we are receiving the instruction how to carry trade and not negotiate eye to eye with a partner what should be the rules. So if we are to be an actor or remain an actor, what do we need? What do we do? What can the EES, what can Europe contribute to this?
Well, thank you. I think it starts with to gainsay this crisis of confidence, because your premise of your question is that we all think that we cannot do it. And I think it starts by saying that that's wrong. There are others who want us to believe that we cannot do it, and through disinformation, through pushing, they're trying to tell us and sell us this message, and it is wrong. First of all, look at our, the example that we said. If you had a choice to be born today with all the knowledge that you have, where in the world would you want to be born? I think it's a no-brainer.
Easy answer. Easy answer.
It's an easy answer. That's number one. I mean, if you're far away from Europe, you dream of Europe. If you're close by, you threaten your life in a boat to find Europe. To hate Europe, somehow you have to be in Europe. That's crazy. We really gotta stop doing that. That's number one. Number two, we have 450 million citizens. Note, I don't say consumers, because there's a difference. The EU is predicated on the 4 freedoms. They're not the 4 freedoms of Roosevelt. They're consumer 4 freedoms. Freedoms of goods, capital, services, people. We need to relearn those other 4 freedoms that this EU is safe for. We have the biggest internal market. We have a highly educated workforce. We have a highly modern infrastructure. We have a rule of law. We do not have a death penalty. We have, well, I hope we won't ever get it, but we do not have it. Right? We are open for business around the world, even in this fragmenting world, as long as it's free and fair. And we still, because I agree, it's not Europe, it's member states who are cutting their ODA budgets. We're still the biggest global donor in the world, even when the US was in. But we're still there. Last year, of the 100 billion climate, we paid over 32 billion. So that's not it's not a beauty contest, but it's still a fact we're the biggest global donor. Why? Because I think it's still the premise, and I agree with what you say, it's the premise that if our neighbor does well, we do well, and we should hold on to that. You cannot sit in the boat and say, your part is sinking, but I'm okay. That's not right. We have everything it takes if And that's what Verena says. If, as member states, we can come together, jump over our shadow, as we say in the Netherlands, and understand the existential predicament we are in. Because yes, our democracy is under threat, our union and the integrity of our union is also under threat, but we have everything to defend that. And I think we should all step up to that plate and throw off this confidence. I'll just give you one example, if you allow me, Carl. There's this great inventor, Mr. Picard, Bernard Picard. His grandfather was Auguste Picard. And if anyone who has read Tintin, you have Professor Tournesol. Mm-hmm. If you Google Professor Auguste Picard, it's exactly Professor Tournesol. He's an inventor, and he came by with solar impulse. He flew around the world in a solar-powered plane. Got up, flew, got down, just solar power. And I asked him, so how did you do it? He said, well, that's very interesting you asked me, Tony, because I asked all my aviation friends, and they said it was impossible. I said, so what did you do? He said, I went to my maritime friends. I said, why? They didn't know it was impossible. And they came up with the solution. To me, that concept is don't limit ourselves of what we cannot do. Because that's where the problem starts. Because if we believe in it, then we will falter.
Thank you. I like the way that you started. I also like the ending. But I like the way that you started by saying we need to have confidence in our own capabilities. Because I was watching Davos. Probably many of you spent some time in watching Davos. I didn't spend overly time, but I happened to bounce into a discussion where we had Mark Rutte and Alexander Stubb talking about defense issues. And I thought it was remarkable, and it's remarkable for what you were saying, because Mark Rutte, son of Trump, he calls him daddy, says there's no way a European defense has any capabilities. It's going to be far too expensive. Don't dream about it. We need the US, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing to the US. And you had Alexander Stubb, Finnish prime minister, now president, neighbor to Russia, and the Finns have a long history with the Russians. So I don't think that he was naive when he said that have confidence in what we are capable of doing and don't overestimate what the other side does. 4 years of war and they have advanced 20 kilometers into Ukraine. Now, don't begin to say that tomorrow morning they're going to be in Berlin or Brussels, which is, however, when I talk around town, a lot of the scare or the feelings here. And I said it before, Turnberry I can only explain as the people in charge feeling that we cannot stand up, even on a trade issue, to the United States for security reasons. And if you are convinced of that, then obviously you're not going to be defending and having an own position. Now, there are clear challenges and we need to do more, but we need confidence to build it, and we need European answers, not national ones. Brena, are you looking to...
Yeah, exactly that what is happening, that we believe we can't defend ourselves. We believe we can't be prosperous. That's tactics of psychological warfare. And we have to open our eyes and our ears and realize that we are in the midst of a hybrid war in Europe. Just last week on Monday, I was present at the Austrian presentation of the risk landscape. It's called Risikobild. And that was exactly what they mentioned. And I've never heard it that clearly from the military. And it's not about, well, there is not the biggest risk that we will be attacked or that we will have fighter planes in the sky. Not that soon, but the biggest risk is losing the fight about our minds. And this is exactly where we have to build up resilience. where we have to build up confidence and not listen to the voices that make us believe we can't do it. It's useless, we are too weak. I mean, come on, we have now the Olympic Games going on. If you count all the medals of European countries together, who wins? Yes, and I'm proud European. So, no, I think it's really time to make ourselves understand that undermining our methodologies, for example, of data collection, undermining institutions, undermining the trustworthiness of European institutions or other state institutions, that's a tactic. And it's easy because it's, I don't know, my boys say always it's rage baiting. It's very familiar. What does it mean? Rage baiting means you have to convey a message that makes people emotional and the best really angry because it gets the best hits number and it will be forwarded. So that's what we are basically victims of. We are victims of rage baiting. We watch the news in the morning. We are focused like a rabbit looking into the bright lights, not really knowing that the big lorry is behind. Because the biggest risk is now that we lose the real estimation where we have to focus our attention. Every day there is new news and we can't wait to hear the sensation. It's also basically triggering hormones, so it's highly addictive, all these news. And we forget to move and to do the things that we have in our plans. I mean, we have sustainability in defense. We have the plans, we have policies. But in the last year, I didn't see anything about it.
Yeah, every now and then it would be nice to have good news. I have come across a couple of weeks ago on something called LinkedIn, a statistic, which I thought was one of the most positive things I've seen in a long time, where a lot of social well-being categories were listed, comparison EU-US. And they're just striking things in there. Birth mortality in the EU, much less than in the US. Days after a birth for workers, 4 times more in Europe than in the United States, etc., etc. So I think we need to be careful, but in what is happening for the moment, we need to find strength in Europe. And finding strength in Europe, to a very large extent, is going to come back to finance also. And we're seeing that. A lot of our countries, our member states, are in relatively serious debt situations. So raising more money becomes a problem. Still, the feeling is there that we need to throw money at issues. In defense, we were forced from Trump to go from 2% to 5%. I don't know where it's going to end one day. But it's not money that is going to make us really stronger. In defense, one of our problems is that we have national systems that are not compatible with each other. So throwing money at something that is just fundamentally not working because we have different specification for different systems, and therefore we will be losing out, it's not money that is going to make the solution. It's going to be more Europe, more working together. Dirk, I saw a statement by Friedrich Merz saying that Germany needs to develop a German Starlink to build up. A German Starlink? We need a European Starlink, and we have a basis of satellites already going around the planet. If we were to build into that, it may become realistic. A German Starlink against other member states, or what would be the meaning? How come that we're not thinking really European when we are addressing both defense but also the other issues? I mean, climate change, biodiversity loss. We should know that we can only deal with them collectively and not nationally, and yet we see today a strengthening of national positions unfortunately. So how do we get about it? How can we return this?
I mean, here on the red sofa, there is agreement.
I hope it's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. No, we have agreement that we need European perspectives. We have an agreement that we have been doing many things correctly and rightly so during the last decades. No, I mean, we brought Europe together. We built an economy being linked to social dimensions. We were good and are good in climate issues. So many advantages. No, we are being seen as a strong soft power. No, but now, Carl, sorry, but for me it is about money. So money is of course not everything. But when I said I would like to hear strong voices now that in these non-military international policy fields we need a factor 2 approach, because the challenges out there are huge. No? And we are not doing a sector 2 approach, we are bringing the investments down. I mean, I'm so sad to say that Germany, I mean, our DNA after Second World War is multilateral, no? But we are cutting our United Nations investments in a situation in which this guy in Washington is destroying the United Nations. No? And we are bringing our development cooperation budget down. We are defending our aid investments. So in this field, we need to invest much more money. And partner countries are waiting for that. I was in New York in September, United Nations General Assembly. I mean, we have so many countries, fortunately, still in the world, 50, 60 or so, being democratic, looking for anchors of stability. We should be the anchor, no? Not defending our investments there, growing our investments there. I think that this is so important. No?
Yeah.
So this is one element, but I wanted to bring in another reflection to demonstrate that the situation is so different from, let's say, 15, 20 years ago. In the Environmental Agency, in our organization, we have been arguing for a long period of time that the sustainability transformation, so wealth creation, we are coming back to development and security probably, no? The wealth creation within the planetary boundaries, we argued, this is the deepest transformation of our generation, no? Our 1, 2, 3 generations over this century. No? What we are seeing now is that we are in an even more complex structure. I would say that we have 4 big tectonic shifts which are happening at the same time, and we need to find answers to all of those in combination. No? So the first one remains the planetary dimension. We talked about it, the climate issues, biodiversity issues. The planet is at risk, so our basic structures for human civilization, 10 billion people in 2050, are at risk. So this is system number 1, no? Under threat. System number 2 is the international system. I mean, for a long period of time, we said that we need to make multilateralism stronger than it is. What we see now is that global cooperation as such is being destroyed by different actors. It is eroding, no? So this is the second big shift which we are observing, and we need to find answers rapidly. Therefore, factor 2 in these fields, no? Factor 3 is then new for us. We have democracy crisis. You talked about the nationalistic waves across Europe. In Europe itself, no? I mean, when we talked about democracy crisis in the past, we had in mind global South partners, weak, not strong enough, investing in institutional capabilities, but now we have a democracy crisis in our countries. I mean, imagine now a bad scenario, no? Imagine 27 in France, a right-wing government coming into power. The European Union as such might be at stake in such a situation. No? And the fourth system is AI. AI as a driver of fundamental innovations, which might be fantastic. No? We are doing a lot of work at Uber, AI for sustainability transformations, but also here we are confronted with risk which we still have not understood. No? So the situation is such. And this is what we need to position ourselves in Europe at. No? And still a lot of thinking is needed to find good answers.
But again, we need to have confidence in our own systems. What you were saying about the risk of democracy, I mean, we need to not be naive. We need to see that a lot of these movements are orchestrated by our former closest ally. a couple of think tanks in Washington are actively supporting the disruption of our democratic systems. We always talk about what Russia is doing in neighboring countries in terms of changing systems. We're now facing situations where what used to be our strongest ally is having a comparable impact. So we need to have confidence in the multilateral systems and what they have given us. We designed a multilateral trading system to lift people out of poverty. We have lifted some 500-600 million Chinese out of poverty, but everyone simply talks about competition from China as a result, not the fact that, hey, this was an objective. We thought that our neighbors needed to be doing better, as you were saying, Tony, and now people are coming back and saying, hey, you see, it's just failed. Open trade is not stabilizing, is not eliminating war. You were naive, we need to do something completely different. We're questioning our own fundamental beliefs for the moment, and that, I think, is a problem if you want to be positive and looking forward and standing for something. So we need to come back to some of our own beliefs, defend them internationally, but defend them internally also. And again, where and how and what real ideas, anecdotes, suggestions do you have from your perspective?
That's such a big question, but let me have this anecdote. So when my eldest son, I have 4 children. My eldest son is 25. When he was 11, he went to the British school, and I very courageously said, do you want to give a talk on diplomacy? I said, sure. And I remember going in the rickety tram all the way to Tafura, which went very slow in that time, and very small seats still, by the way. And I went to school, and I got nervous, and I was sweating, because what am I telling 11-year-olds about diplomacy? And so they had 21 children in the class, and I blurted out, I said, okay, how many people live in the world? And one precocious girl put up her finger, and she said, 7 billion. I think it's 8.5 now, but 7 billion. Ah, very good, I said. I said, well, I asked all the children to stand up, and I asked the girl, could you please separate the Europeans from the rest of the world? And she separated the class with 10 kids, and I said, go to that corner, and there were 11 kids, go to the other corner. I said, are you sure? Yes, and I asked others, are you sure? Everyone said they were sure. I said, okay, pay attention. And I took away 8 of those 11 and pushed them to the corner. I said, these 2 are Europe. I'll even throw 1 extra in, and the teacher was watching me. And there's 3, this is Europe and the US, this is the West. The West has determined the world, this whole system, thought up by men usually, because that's how it was in that time, right after the Second World War, men born in 1885, around that person. They draw up a system, and I tried to explain to them as simple as possible, the Bretton Woods system, the UN, yeah, I didn't use that word, UN system, but all the things that we think are so self-evident, like property rights, democracy, freedom, we think that is a self-evident truth. Well, I'd like to think it, but not necessarily. And I looked to this other group of 18 children. It's true, it's so powerful. I said, what have you to say to this? And they all said together, now it's our turn. Now it's our turn. These 11-year-olds understood back then what is happening in the world. So the fact that our multilateral system is fraying, with or without a US administration hastening that, I think could possibly be a natural evolution. Maybe it's turning into a revolution. Because is it normal that the UN Security Council, the permanent members, are made up of the same? Would we have done it the same today? Now, I'd like to do, because this is, of course, my background, your background, and what we share. But is that legitimate? Because all those other countries, those new powers, middle or great powers, come to the table. They say, we deserve a better seat. Well, they're not wrong. But once they have that seat, do they think the same about property, about freedom of speech, about nuclear proliferation, about free trade, about, you name it? The answer probably is not really. So what do we do? What's our answer to that? And so the only answer I can give is say, okay, we have to fight for the achievements of the system and try to, because this is our way of life. We can't force it down anyone's throat. But doing the same as we've always did is not an option. We're not going to go back. It's not going to happen. But work from our own strength. If there is a problem with our democracy, yes, there are outside powers all over the world who want to disrupt us. But the question is, we let them, because they play into existing fissures that are already in our society. Let's tackle those, because they are there. They're not created outside. They're there. They're just to be exploited from the outside. So again, I think the front line of our democracy, the front line of our future is first at home and then abroad, because I also agree in general, this world needs more, not less diplomacy. This world needs more, not less development cooperation. And I put the question on the table, if we believe that the geopolitics is so important and that the language of power is so important, that the EU has to be one, is it worth another epic battle for 1.08 or 1.09% of EU GDP for the next MFF? Is that the battle we're fighting?
Verena, you want to come in, or you were just taking over the microphone? I think it's about time to have a break and to get some more music. But perhaps just leave you with an additional question for the second half here on the podium. It follows what Tony was saying. I liked the story. I liked the way you were putting the European Union in a global context. But Dirk, you said that also. If we want to be an actor, we need to have partners. And if we want to have partners, we need to be working with them. And are we working really for the moment with partners if our development assistance is being cut back, as you were saying? Are we really working or building bridges if on environmental, climate change policies we're drawing lines around our territory unless they play the way we think they ought to be playing? Are we really building bridges in questioning the fundamentals of a multilateral trade system by saying it needs reform, we need to do away with most favored nation treatment, we need to do away with binding commitments because we need to have more free hands to adjust, because people adjust in what they do to us. So we would want to have the same freedom to others. And then we have a multilateral rule that we all fully abide by because it's empty. But an empty multilateral system is not one on which to build really strong coalitions and address the substantive issues that we have. So I'll leave you and everyone with those couple of thoughts for the second half of our discussion. And if I can see them, oh yes, they're slowly approaching. Here is Pepper Room again for a second run. Enjoy the fun.
Thank you very much. While you're enjoying your drinks, we call our music power jazz. And we played some jazzy tunes in the beginning of this evening, and now we played some quiet tunes. So where is the power? Well, here it comes right now. Thank you, thank you. Next one is the brightest thunderstorm.
Thank you very much. We have one last song for the break now. Hold on to your seats. This is Time Dilation. That was the second set, so we've kept the heavy numbers for the second one. The last one will be a little bit different again. So yeah, this is it for the break. Up to Carl again.
Can I have my panel back, please? Wow, do. Panelists, and would please everyone take a seat unless you want to have a standing party. You can also enjoy it standing, guys. But we're going to continue. Guys, the networking is over. I hope you all exchange your business cards and whatever and continue to talk. But the talking should come back here. Particularly the back of the room. Perhaps it's an idea if you all come forward. Extra motivation, the second half will allow you also to ask questions or to comment. So perhaps that motivates you to move in. Just a quick last drink before we continue. I think we had a first round where we basically have tried to address the waterfront, the issues, the challenges. I think we need to come back a little bit more to how do we actually do it and what does it mean. And I think we talked a little bit about finance and limited means. Finance for many of the issues that we talked about is going to be crucial. Whether we invest in the transition here or help others to transition in their change away from fossil fuels, away from a system that was not respecting biodiversity, etc., etc. All of this will require funds. So one of the questions that was in my mind was, You've talked about it, you thought about these issues, you know the waterfront. Do you have an assessment of, among the different risks that we're facing, from climate, to water, to finance, to defense, to social inequalities, all of those potentially could lead to quite devastating situations in our own systems and globally. So do you have an idea of timing with these things? What is the most urgent of these situations for the moment? Do you have a ranking? Are they all equal? Do we have to be ubiquitous? Do we have to address all of them at the same time? I'd just like to hear you, and I think I'll start with Dirk for a change. Take it through the sofa, and then you should be preparing to have a voice. So I would, after that, I will kick it open. We have Inge, and Inge, are you the only mic, or do we have more mics? Anyway, there will be someone giving you a mic so that you can ask questions also. So start thinking about what you want to comment or question, particularly start of expressing it concisely. The shorter you speak, the more questions we can address. It's an old rule, it's very difficult to implement. I trust you will do a good show. Now, Dirk, it gave you a bit of time to think about my question. Here you go.
So I'm still thinking in loud, because this is a very difficult question, obviously. But my thoughts would be the following. I would first argue that if we don't get democracy right and solve the democracy crisis in Europe, we will not get anything else right. This is my first issue. My second issue is that if we don't get global governance restarted and Europe starts working and investing on that, building a new movement to rebuild the global order into a new direction, because I agree, both of you said that we cannot simply go back to something, we need to move forward. We could do that, I think. You talked about different concepts, we talked about the trust in the European strength in several areas. So rebuilding the global order, if we don't get the global order right, and if we don't get democracy right, we run into huge trouble. This would be the first idea. The second idea would be between these different aspects which you highlighted, from biodiversity, climate to inequalities and so forth. I talked about these 4 tectonic shifts. I'm relatively sure that you do not have the luxury to solve first one thing and then the other ones. We have to find integrated solutions, because these things are interdependent. There is no sequencing in this regard. Maybe a last thought could be that this belongs to democracy as a precondition for everything, and global governance as a precondition for everything. Innovation and the economy are very important. I mean, we are learning now in the economic crisis in Europe, if we try to convince other actors globally to work together with us, our innovation capabilities and our economic strength linked with the sustainability transformation, which we believe in, if we don't move forward there and demonstrate that this can work, we will not solve the related problems. So
good answer, but I need to come back with 2 quick questions. Because I understand why you say they all need to be addressed, but I mean, people in charge of policy making.
I'm in charge of that.
Know that resources are limited, and it's very easy to say we need to do everything, but you have prioritization, and equally you said multilateral system needs to be strengthened.
Yeah.
Can you give us an idea with whom?
Yeah. Okay, so 2 additional easy questions.
Sorry,
I mean,
I'm the dentist.
Yeah. The idea, Carl, is not that we have an addition of hundreds of priorities and everything is important at the same time. The idea is that we need to learn to get the most important interdependencies right, to get them solved. So if we don't get the economy and innovation stuff together with planetary issues, we will fail. So we need to look at this kind of structure. If the United Nations broke down and the global order diffuses and we don't get new global coalitions around us, Europe will become very weak. So in this sense, we need to understand these interdependencies and solve them, because I'm convinced that sequencing in the sense that, let's start, I mean, this is the main narrative. Let's start with the economy first, because climate and environment is very challenging. And let's come back to climate and environment later on, after having gotten strong again economically. This is not working any longer. So this is my first. And then the second thing regarding what do we need to do globally, I mean, to bring an optimistic note into our discussion, I think that many countries and actors around the world are now waiting for Europe driving global governance engagement processes worldwide. Because you are right when you talked about these kind of issues, and Tony the same way, let's move forward in this regard. And the other thing which we needed to do immediately, we needed to build, as Europe with partners, a coalition to stabilize the United Nations and reform it. Because if we destroy the United Nations during the next 2-3 years to come, we are in a completely different world. No? So this has me.
Okay, I like the interdependence. Verena, now it's over to you, but let me pick up Dirk's point on democracy is essential. Can we save democracy if we don't address the other risks?
I think democracies are at risk everywhere, of course. I think democracies are a risk by themselves, as we learned. They can also be misused. And I think still democracies are the best medicine to handle crisis. Because democracies are about cooperation. And you can't manage a crisis alone. No crisis can be dealt with in a linear order. I think that's the difference between a catastrophe. We are quite well in managing catastrophes. We have a catastrophe plan, emergency plans, and so on, and you have kind of an order and a checklist and a to-do list. And you have like a situation room. It's completely different with crisis. In a crisis, you can't wait to act until you know everything. It's impossible. And we have to let loose of the feeling we need to control everything. We are in Europe, we are extremely advanced. We think first we have to do a thorough research, we have to know everything, and then we act. But then the situation has been moving on. And so not acting is a decision as well. And I think we have to act faster, knowing that maybe the decision we take is not right, but act as a learning organization. So we have to really overcome this narrative of being in control of situations, knowing everything. We have to learn continuously. And that's what you said is sustainability compared by resilience. Resilience is bouncing back, but sustainability is actually more learning from the impact, making it better, increasing our resilience every step and every hit we have to take. So I think, yes, democracy is very fragile. It's not always the right of the majority. We always have to protect minorities. That's an essential aspect of democracies. We forget very often about that. And still, I don't think, as you put it earlier, anyone would like to be born somewhere else than in Europe. So we have to safeguard democracy. We have to solve issues of misinformation, of attacks that undermine our European way of life. And I think there are many ways, and cooperation is the best way of solving a crisis. We don't have to do everything by our own. We are so many, and we have so much capabilities. Sharing the burden is, I think, the best way to go forward.
Thank you, Verena. And I like in particular what you were saying about sustainability, but I also know from experience that it's the most challenging. Learning from our past errors is not our real strength, unfortunately, I think. We need to make collective efforts to not wanting to repeat past mistakes over and over and over again. It would help us to become more sustainable. Now, the question to the diplomat. We need to work together. Two of the couch persons have argued for it. You have argued about it. How do you do this when an agreement that we just concluded is immediately put in question by our own European Parliament? We negotiate Mercosur for 25 years, and we finally have it done. The Parliament says, I'm not sure this is legal. I want to find all kinds of things to put it in question. How can partners still seriously trust us and want to work with us?
So I've been
Easy
preparing
one.
for 10 minutes an answer to your first question, and now you just bait and switch me. So, first of all, this is what democracy is made of. And I can like it or I cannot like it, and sometimes I lose, sometimes I win. I'm not going to criticize the European Parliament. I mean, I have my own ideas. I'd like Mercosur to go through, but this is what makes us different. And yes, it is difficult. We had a whole discussion about our NDC and 2040 target, National Determined Contribution for those, sorry for the acronym. But in the run-up to the climate summit, you know, the EU, for the first time, we didn't have our numbers ready because we had a fierce debate within our member states and parliament, and you name it. But I will defend that up the hilt because ultimately the outcome has legitimacy because we went through that democratic process. It's not pretty, but that's what it is. Now, if I may quote, no, let me start because I want to come back to your question because I had a great answer. You know, what do you? No, I don't want to forget it. What do you do first? I mean, it's like flying a plane. You don't just watch your speedometer, right? You need to know your height. You need to know how much gas you've got. I think governing the EU at the moment is flying a plane, trying to get the propeller out, put a jet engine in, trying to keep your passengers happy. You say, we want more peanuts. This is all part of it. And then to quote Reagan, you know, sometimes we should not say, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you. There's also something happening in the real economy. And if you allow me, Carl, I really wanted to make that point tonight. Now, the political cycle in climate action and transition is downwards, right? That's natural. I'm not too worried about it. It is interesting, and we got to see through it, and this is what you said about our minds. The choice that is put to us is a false choice. It's a strong choice, but it's a false choice. Now, either you are, you know, you're green and woke, and you go broke, or you double down on brown, and you're happy and free. That's the choice. The choice is you impoverish yourself, and I think you said it like, if you go through this transition, we gotta focus on our economy. We can't do the transition. It's a false choice. Because the truth of the matter is, and the truth that also the Commission and the von der Leyen Commission is doing, is we're staying the course. Why? Because we believe that this transition is about modernizing our economy, creating new jobs, better paid jobs. We believe that going through the transition is about sovereignty, homegrown energy. We believe that this transition is about security. We spoke about resilience and about those apart from us. And we believe that this transition is about legitimacy, namely it has to be a just transition. We don't do this for the planet per se. I know this might shock a lot of people, especially somebody from BirdLife. The planet has been here for 4 billion years without us. We are a sliver of its history. If the world gets rid of us, the planet will continue to thrive for another 8 billion years until the sun runs out. We do this for us. We do it for your children, my children, for all those generations. We do it for the jobs, for the health, for the security of our future generations. That's why we're doing this transition. It makes sense economically. It makes sense geopolitically. Look at Russia. It makes sense scientifically. And by the way, if you go to all the major opinion public polls, people want this. So yes, their politics go up and go down. Parliaments, that's part of democracy. But the EU is staying the course on the transition because it makes darn sense.
Amen. Amen. It would be so nice if you were right, or if anyone else in Brussels would agree with you. In the top floors of you know well where. I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not so convinced that beyond the words we're really holding course. We're seeing changes. We're seeing different priorities. And that's understandable in many ways because the challenges are there. And unfortunately, making politics or making policy, making governance is not just flying a plane. There you have a multitask job. But here, if you want to have political impact, you also need to come back to what I mentioned in the beginning, which is finance, and finance are limited. And even if we all agree that we need to have interdependence in our views, that we have to address all issues, the speed with which we can address different issues depends on how much money we put where our words are, where our mouth is. And for the moment, I'm not really seeing our money going where our mouth is. And I think we need to come back to this. We need to also build confidence of partners. It's easy to say the Mercosurians, guys, we love you extremely much, but sorry, that agreement is not for you. Your goods are not going to come into our market, but we're best friends, and we're going to stay best friends forever and even get better friends. At some point in time, I spent 40 years negotiating for the European Union. I mean, if I could not deliver, my partners, however much they loved me, were beginning to be worried and would ask questions. So I think if we want to really build something in the face of dramatic challenges, the solidity of our commitment is going to be key. And I'm sure you will agree with that. Can I? Sure.
Yeah, no. Of course, the solidity of our agreement is there, but I mean, if I'm correct, we have 79 trade agreements. We got Mexico, Switzerland, Indonesia, India, which is a big one, Mercosur. If I'm correct, is it not preliminarily, provisionally applied for the part that is our competence, right?
We hope to see this coming.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
But to the point about money, and you say you don't believe it. President von der Leyen, I think, believes this very much so. And if you look at the tweaks of our, that's why the political headlines sometimes give rise to more concern about where we're going than we really are. I think the bulk of our clean transition is out there, and we're coming out with more because for the reasons I just said. But the real economy, and I wanted to get to that, it's something happening. So don't mistake the political downward cycle with the upward economic trend. So if I look at the costs of solar since 2015 have decreased by 68%. Onshore wind, 56%. Offshore wind, 49%. Last year, in 2024, the investments in fossil fuels globally was 1 trillion. You know what it was for renewable energy? 2 trillion. That's where it's happening. Morgan Stanley just did a research on 950 institutional investors. 4 out of 5 said they are going to increase their investments in sustainable projects. Wall Street banks in 2025, Wall Street banks earned more money with their green projects than with others. The transition is happening in the real economy. So yes, we got to put money where our mouth is, but there's something happening there. And I think every time we kind of look at the political cycle and the headlines in the playbook or whatever, that takes away a little bit of what's really happening, again, for the reasons that I set out at the beginning.
I hope you're so right. I see Friedrich Merz lining up Qatar and other providers of fossil fuels for the moment as a top priority. But the questions are over to you. I have one over there. Oh.
Here you get that.
Yes, I can still talk. That's the essential.
Look.
So a short question, what are your expectations, what is happening, will happen tomorrow in Antwerp, this industrial summit, and on Thursday this informal European Council in relation to the topics we have discussed this evening? Thank you.
Thanks for a short question, which I'm happily passing on to Tony.
When I worked in the commission, I did production. When I work in the diplomatic service, I do sales. I am not privy to the speech of von der Leyen. I read her letter that she sent to the European Council. So I assume that there will be a very strong push for competitiveness of the EU. But I maintain that our competitiveness will be in line with our clean transition, albeit adapted to the necessities of today. But I cannot predict. Let's see. And I certainly can't predict what member states will bring up at the European Council. That's all. But again, that's healthy, robust debate.
Dirk, you wanted to add?
No, I would relate your question with your statement, Tony. And I'm giving similar speeches also. No? So there are many positive trends and things are happening, and the transition is still on. I agree on that. No? But at the same time, I would say that we are in deep trouble. And I'm only giving 2 examples which are related also to your question. No? The first big trouble is that I think that there are currently 2 growth narratives, as I already highlighted. And the first one is the growth story that now we need to focus on growth first, and let's see later on whether there is still room for improving the environment, climate, and so forth. This is a very strong political discussion currently. I would say half of the European Parliament is moving into this direction. German Parliament, very similar. In the German government, within the coalition, we have a strong voice into this direction. No? Although, Tony, and this is giving you actually arguments for your kind of perspective you gave us, no? We just published a study. We call it the green tech sectors. No? And what we are showing is that the technological fields in the German economy, which are directly related to the 4 European main goals, climate, circularity, ecosystem, zero pollution, they are growing 5% per year during the last 10 years. No? 5%, we are in a recession, no? 5%. And we see that this is 15% of the value added in our economy. We see that the exports are driving fast. Innovation is there. We are world market leaders. But it is difficult, Tony, to get this message through in the German public discussion because this first narrative is so strong. So we are in trouble there. Now we need to make clearer why and how these integrated approaches you talked about, I'm talking about every day, no? How they can come through and how we do it. No? So a second element regarding we are in trouble. And again, it is in favor of what you said, and at the same time we are in trouble. No? So we do green consciousness reports with the Umweltbundesamt, the German Environment Agency. No? 80–90% of Germans are still arguing that this transformation we talk about is urgently needed. No? In the economic crisis, with the global system breaking down, etc., etc., 80–90% support. No? So this is not a polarized political field. The majority, high majority of people are looking into this direction and expecting progress. But at the same time, 40% of all German citizens are sure that the transformation they are asking for is undermining their social and economic status quo. And this is worrying. No? And we have not done well our homework, actually. No? If you look at the ETS2, now we are now going to price mobility and housing. During the last 3–4 years, and we knew that this were coming, no? In none country, none member state, we have been preparing well to get the social dimension of CO2 pricing in these new sectors done. No, so there are serious problems where we need to become really better. No?
Okay, more questions. Can we take 2 perhaps? Yeah, start.
Ariel Brunner from BirdLife, environmental NGO. One thing that was not mentioned this evening is laws. The number 1 reason why on those stats it's better to live in the EU than, for example, in the US is because we have good laws that we sometimes even enforce. It's the heart of the transition. Yes, money matters, but most of the transition, most of it is about actual legislation. Now, in the buildings next door, they are at the moment torching down 50 years of environmental lawmaking and social lawmaking. This is the number 1 priority of the biggest political group in the parliament. This is the number 1 priority of the German government. And it is now a top priority of the Commission. So the perception that we are staying course looks very different when we are discussing pulling down Nitrates Directive, Beds and Habitats Directive, etc., etc.
Omnibus.
One of the fleet of omnibus, there's one a week, there's more omnibuses leaving Schumann than number 12 buses.
Okay, my name is Julia Hoffmann from IFOC. I have a question that has been running around my head ever since Trump came into his second term and all of his Make America Great Again politics. So I see a trend for regionalization, at least in his politics, and a lot of what you have been discussing today is also like how Europe, the EU can get stronger, how this has positive side effects. Do you see that? Is that regionalization as a counter-concept to globalization something that you see coming? Is it a probability? Is it good? Is it negative? Because in terms of sustainability, I see advantages because shorter production cycles, life cycles, etc. So there could be positive effects of it. But do you see that as a trend that could come across, and do you see it as something positive or negative?
Okay,
One
I
more,
hope I
sorry.
can remember.
We have two moderators.
We have to memorize. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Dirk Wascher from Swiss Metro, Netherlands. I was missing a little bit, it was touched upon the issue of food security, something which I think in Austria plays also provision of regional food, more food autonomy, and just getting a little bit away from dependencies of global markets and all the crisis aspects which are related to this. So right now the Farm to Fork strategy and everything around it is just put into the background. I'm just curious whether you see this also a little bit like a bird life issue, or whether this is something of a higher, let's say, status. Thank you.
Wow, wow. So birds or food?
Well, maybe the first question I would answer with the need for simplification. I think that it's too much, it's too complex. I think industry is really has to face so many laws that are not consistent, that are not enforced or enforceable. There is a lot of confusion and there is not a lot of sense of responsibility. Because in my view, and I did some research on that, is there is always, how to say it? Angebot und Nachfrage. It's offer, supply and demand, even for legislation. There are people who benefit from legislation and you supply it. And if you see that that they are not benefiting, then, well, no, the point was a CEO, for example, needs a legal framework to be able to enforce some rules, some laws, some norms, because otherwise he or she would be responsible. So actually the demand very often comes from industry for legislation, because they say, okay, there is a goal, then tell me what I have to do exactly to reach this goal, because I'm not responsible, I don't know. And if I do something, it could be wrong. So it's a spiral of more and more details, because of course then you have lawyers, then you have judges who say, well, I can't take a decision if this measure is right or that. Please, I need an expert. And then the spiral is going on. So we have a need for simplification, and the urgency, I think, makes many people use tactics which is like slaughtering the whole thing. And that's a huge risk, because I think our bureaucracy in Europe is the basis for democracy, is the basis for our stability, is the basis for peaceful economics. And we have to safeguard it. So I really hate to talk about debureaucratization, because it's a real wealth that we have and that we should be proud of, because it sets a level playing field, it sets norms that apply to everyone, not only big ones, not only small ones, and this is something, of course, which is highly contested. So we have to safeguard this. On the topic of, sorry, what was the second one? Regionalization. Yes, I think we were used to the megatrend globalization, and it changed in the last years. It's now called glocalization, what I learned. Yes, it's a megatrend. And I think it's, with every megatrend, it has chances and risks. You can't say that digitalization was bad or that the megatrend, well, climate change has also chances for us. I think we have to take it as it is and make the best out of it. So as you say, it could be a chance for Europe, for example, to become stronger, but we should still not rely on it. So I think still cooperation is the biggest strength. But of course, local food production, which is the next point, is something what strengthens us. It's I'm not sure. I raise sometimes the questions: do we need agriculture to export, I don't know, milk to China? Is it really food security what we are subsidizing here, or do we? I have some doubts here and there. But I also know that if we only rely on organic farming, it will not be sufficient. We would need too much soil to, well, supply the demand. So we have to have a good mixture and to be very careful at how we use our resources.
Who else wants to compliment? No? Yes? Dirk?
To the regionalization stuff, 2 or 3 quick ideas. The first point would be that I think that it would be a good trend to have strong and integrated and cooperating internally organized regions. And I think we as Europeans have progressing a lot in this regard. This would be sentence number 1. This would be a good trend. What I would not like to see is hemispheres dominated by China, by Russia, or by others, within their own backyard. I would not accept this. This is number 2. Number 3 is that we are confronted also in the future with global interdependencies and world problems which we need to cope with. We talked about climate, we talked about security. I mean, we did not talk about geoengineering. If one region would start I mean, we need global rules for that. If we don't work together globally and go back to our regions, so it is regionalism plus. And maybe a last reflection on that. I think we have to relearn again. Maybe this has to do with the mindset and trust and confidence and so forth. We have to relearn to scan the horizon and develop mid and longer term perspectives to change things. We are currently caught in the current situation. This has to do with the wars, this has to do with the economic crisis. It's so difficult to think ahead, but we need to think ahead. I mean, we imagine in 43 and 44, last century, the idea of the United Nations have been developed. In the center of the Second World War, in the center of the Holocaust, people had the courage to think about building a United Nations institutions. And the idea of the European integration started exactly within this deep trouble and the horror of the Second World War. So we need to think ahead. Our discussions are too short-sighted.
Yeah. Because our memories are short. I mean, we managed to start the UN, we managed to start the EU in a generation that has lived the war, and we no longer have that generation active. Just a quick one from me on regionalization. I think open regionalization is something that is positive, that I think is positive, and the European construction is my example. Every step of building Europe, every enlargement coincided with an international negotiation to share the benefits with our trading partners and to make trading between the regions more open. If we don't have open regionalism, then these regionalisms are going to become antagonistic, and we're falling back into a nationalistic world, which we have seen for centuries, leading into war in the end. So we need to be very, very attentive of talking about what kind of regionalism. Autarcy is not the right answer. Open regionalization is a useful step, because then regionalization can become a step into a wider law-based, rules-based system, but only on that condition. More questions? One up there, two up there. Do we have a third one? Here.
You were very long.
And there's a lady at the back.
Well, I have not precisely a question. I was surprised to hear what I heard, and I was gladly that I heard many things I also agree on. But at the same time, I'm missing something. To talk all the time about crisis is a little bit difficult for me. We are here on one of the richest places of the world. Crisis? What will the Africans say? South America, Asia? What are they in? And by the way, if I hear the word crisis, it is an opportunity building. But what I also don't hear so much is the phase that it goes not good in Europe. Really? Europe is the one place where there are still human rights. Besides Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. And for the rest, nothing. And then I thought, what are we talking about? Crisis? There is a crisis in our mind, yes, definitely. And we will believe that we have to go, and it is not going well. But is it the case? I think it is. Otherwise, we have to think different. And what you said, more around the table. And in my opinion, much more diplomacy than always pleading for more weapons. It is a dead-end street.
Okay. Wolfgang?
Thank you very much. I'm Wolfgang Papa. I'm working on global governance issues. And that brings me as well to the idea of democracy. For me, the problem here is we are still thinking in terms of quantitative democracy. Shouldn't there be some kind of qualitative democracy? In particular, in Europe, we have the experience of what we call multi-level governance. We can have quantitative democracy at local level. There are equal people, and they can decide in a small village by just majority. The higher we get at the global level, we cannot have just quantities, because the nations in the United Nations are so different that China is 145 times the population of the smallest, which is Nauru in the Pacific. And they have one vote in the General Assembly. It has nothing to do with democracy. The worst would be crowdsourcing at global level, but that is a danger. And I feel we have to bring in civil society to go from multilateral to omnilateral. Omnibus in the positive sense, for all and with all, because there are the experts, not only in the bureaucracy. I was a bureaucrat myself for 30 years, but I feel there's more expertise in particular sectors. We see that in the COP in BLM recently, and in general in the COP, the Convention of the Parties. There the experts come from civil society, and we need them, and not just representatives of nations at global level. That's a danger I see. Thank you.
Danke, Inge.
Thank you. I'm Edita Enverko for a Slovak Renew member of the European Parliament. I want to ask about what both gentlemen said, that green projects are doing well, even in recession. They show like growth, or the Wall Street gets more money from them than from other projects. But if, for example, right wing of the European Parliament, if majority of politicians got such an email, they would delete it. And if NGOs send such an email, it would be deleted even faster, as if this knowledge was not there, if this didn't exist. I want to ask, what do you think that needs to change? Who needs to talk to the policy makers now so that somebody listens? Does it need to be Frankfurt Stock Exchange that say, like, please allow these investments, please do something about this so that we can also advance? Is it not the NGOs now? Is it another sector, other committee than the ENVI committee that should advance the green agenda, or how we can move forward? Thank you.
I start answering the crisis question. Are we in crisis or not? No? I would say that, astonishingly, in many parts of the world, the current mood is different. It's not about crisis. So if I'm traveling to Asia, people are thinking about better futures. No? If I'm traveling to several countries in Africa, the same story. So there is not crisis everywhere. There are situations which are different. But I would argue what we called the Western club, no? We are in crisis. I mean, we are in economic trouble. We are destroying currently or undermining our global order structures which we built over the last decades. We are in big trouble, no? And we have to fix it. This would be my answer to the crisis thing. Then the global governance question. No? I've been working about global governance a lot. I would answer to you that I would highlight 3 layers which we need when it comes to global governance in building next generations of alliances. No? The first thing is that I think we have to work as closely together as possible with democracy or countries aspiring towards democracy around the globe. We did not have this strategy so explicitly because we wanted to cooperate with all partners around the globe. But I think looking at democracies and countries moving into this direction, support them is the first layer. No? The second layer is we have global problems which we cannot solve without countries which we do not like regarding their political system. No? And several of those might come to your mind. No? This is also necessary because if we don't do that, we will not solve the global problems. No? And then we have a third layer, and I'm completely agreeing with you. And these are the structures between our societies. This is more than intergovernmentalism and more than classical diplomacy. It's the way how we connect our societies. No? This is about science, this is about cities, this is about cultural actors, etc., youth movements, etc., etc. No? I think that this is very important. We have to invest in that. So this would be my reaction to what you said. And regarding to the lady from the parliament, no? The strategy which we are currently trying to develop further at the Umweltbundesamt in Germany is that, a bit like you said, Tony, and you also, Verena, no? Environmental and climate policies are not only about protecting the environment. We call this co-benefit structures. No? It is necessary and helpful for getting health right, for getting security right, for getting good infrastructural systems right, etc., etc., etc. No? This co-benefit strategy is what we need to develop further, and we have to move into discussions with the actors involved in these fields. No? We need to remobilize for the transformation.
Well, maybe just a quick one on the crisis. Yes, actually in Europe we don't feel the crisis compared to generations who survived war. Still, there is a global biodiversity crisis. There is a global climate crisis. So far in Europe, we are well in building up resilience, but I think the crisis is, as you said, in our heads, and I think this is how you put it. We have to believe in our strength, and we have to believe that we can overcome also this crisis. Because if you start to believe we can't win the biodiversity crisis and we can't fight the climate change, so, well, YOLO, yeah, you only live once. Just go ahead, enjoy life. I don't think that we have the right to give up we simply just don't have the right, and not owing to our predecessors, generations who fought for democracy, who fought for rights of females, of minorities. So who are we actually to say, oh, I'm so weak, let them come, I will just, I don't know, drink champagne on the Titanic and have a good music. I think we really have this sort of responsibility, and I think deep responsibility. It's NGOs as well. It's not only governments, it's not only politicians. I think we all share this responsibility to become more resilient in our minds, to not giving in, and to open up, yeah, open regionalization, trust building. I think we underestimate the strength of trust, and there is so much reason why we win in the cooperation, why we win in trusting each other, and I think this is the biggest strength in Europe, to be honest.
Yeah, no, excellent. And then just to build on that, I mean, first, interesting on democracy, I think we have to imagine new forms of democracy. It is basically a stagecoach, a pigeon system of 400 years old concept in a social media world. We need to rekindle this idea. There are ideas of having a citizens consultants, super interesting, and we have to reinvent it. When it comes to crisis, I tried to speak to this in the beginning. I fully agree what you said, and I tried to say something about it. When it comes to a European Parliament, and this goes for all of us here, and things that happened in recent history were unimaginable. So when people would have said the Berlin Wall would fall, people said it's not going to happen. And when it happened, these same people turned around and said, that was inevitable. We're very good at predicting the past. Trump would not win the presidency until he did. Brexit was not going to happen until it did. Arab Spring, who predicted that? All these events, COVID, I remember my chief of staff, who's one of the smartest people I know, say in March 2020, I did an Excel sheet, don't worry, Tony. 3 days after we put the climate law on the table, there was a global pandemic. It happened. Russia was not going to invade Ukraine. Well, the Americans believed it, but many people in Europe said it's not going to happen, and they did. My point is, we are terrible in predicting. Don't believe anyone who predicts something. At the same time, we also suffer of a failure of imagination. And this is what I wanted to say at the beginning of these maritime people who did not know it was impossible and therefore came up with a solution. And this goes both ways. We have a failure of imagination for something terrible to happen. So because it's too far out. Oh, this is my daughter, sorry. It's too far out, and we cannot contemplate the consequences of something like this happening. And so we try to push it away. Or we have the failure of imagination to come up with a solution that's outside of our boundaries in terms of how would the EU look like in 10 years? Could be very different. But we try to do Monet 2.0 a little harder. You know what I mean? So I think it's up to us, and this is where I want to end on the question of how to deal with that strong pushback. All of us in this room, if I may, I'll generalize, but I assume we are all extremely privileged people. Either we had excellent jobs or we are in excellent jobs, financially relatively secure, but with great responsibilities, because our privilege means we have a responsibility, and we have a responsibility to believe in ourselves, in the EU, and to come up and carry that to other people. So the evidence points that I just gave, and there are many more, we need to consistently put it out there with some confidence and with a smile. And yes, there will be forces, nefarious forces, trying to shoot it down time and time again. They might not open the emails, they might have disinformation. By the way, a lot of these forces don't want to convince you of one truth.
They want to confuse, derail, and convince us that everything's a lie. That's the danger. Once we cease to have shared truths, we don't have to agree on what we do, but we should agree on shared truth and facts. Because once you don't have that, there's no democracy. And we should fight for that. And so my call to all of you is, as you go out tonight, with your friends, your kids, your family, your jobs, whatever groups you have, this is the responsibility. You have to ask yourself, what am I doing to make this world a better place? And no step is too small. That's the beauty of it. We can all be part of it. We don't have to solve world problems, but in our own remit, I'm just a bureaucrat. In my own remit, I can do something. I'm here tonight. I could be home. I had the flu. I'm here tonight because I believe in at least exchanging views with other people, even if we're probably all like-minded. But hey, that's good. We need friends to go out and convince other people. So that would be my message.
I think that's an excellent word to conclude this. I see one more hand raised, so two, but that's the last two. And please be short. Who has the microphone? Inge? No? You already have it. Here, the lady on the left there.
Well, I very much appreciate your individual approach. I try to act that way. But don't you think we need a radical system change to succeed our transition? And do you have a vision on that? Or what could you say to persuade people that that is not necessary in the face of, for example, and capitalism, wild capitalism as we can see it these days in places?
And here.
Thank you. Frank Schwalberroth, German, one of the founders of the German Green Party, and first Green MEP and in charge of Greenpeace and things like this. Wow, this was wonderful what you produced there. This amount of confidence and optimism. I share it totally and I hope we all share it. But there is something which disturbs me, which has not yet mentioned. My political career made it possible that I was altogether in 72 different countries. When I'm in the global south, and when I speak to people about the future and their children, I hear something which I've heard 50 years ago here as well. That is, we are doing this because our children should have a better future. When I meet friends and not friends here in the global north, in the Western world, I hear something different. Ask yourself, do you think that your children and grandchildren will have a better world than you? Most people answer, not. How do we evaluate this and how to deal with this different perception in the Western world and in the global south? Thank you.
Okay, I promise to be very quick. Yeah.
At the end, these things which we don't expect. In sociology and in psychology, it's called the black swan. We never expect that there would be a black swan, and if it's there, we are surprised. And this is exactly what happened with the Berlin Wall or with COVID and others. Thank you.
Well, I'm doing what I do to make a better world for my children. And I think what you said here is applying exactly the same lack of imagination. We are in principle having we are having it all on principle. We have a very high standard of living. And I think our lack of imagination is how can it be better? How can the transition be providing us a better way of living? I deeply think that there is the possibility of having a better life, having cleaner air, having silent green cities, having green jobs, a satisfying life. Why don't we talk about it? I don't know. it's really difficult to develop this positive picture of the future. I mean, Jan Kamensky is a German artist. I love him. He's an artist who paints videos, pictures of a better life, of a better future. I think we really have to start dreaming again of the future. But I learned that future has no lobby, and that's the thing. So I think we have to develop these ideas, these like there are people out there, and they have these longing, this real longing for the future, and I think we have to invest in searching that. And for the individual activism, I think we should not believe we can convince anyone with talks like that. I think we have to start questions and do apply the same tactics. We have to put their beliefs in doubt by questioning. And it's like you have to deal with people who are in some, I don't know what's it called, it's religious bubbles and beliefs. You have to ask the questions and not start talking about what is right and what is wrong, not moralizing, but really having a real interest. And it's so hard, and it takes so much energy. And I think bubbles like these are, for me, like recharging my battery, so that I can go out there and go in and have these talks and discussions on a daily basis. So thank you for that.
Three quick reactions. The first one to the disruption you talked about. So I think we all discussed tonight about deep transitions, deep transformations, serious things. This need to happen. But I would avoid talking about destroying or disrupting a system, because this remembers me actually to the voices from the far right. So, see, the whole system is broken. Let's destroy it and start from the beginning. This is not the way I would frame it. I saw an exhibition a few weeks ago, of German artists in the beginning of the First World War. This was interesting to see that many modern artists and painters in this situation, they dreamt of cleaning the whole system and start from the beginning. Destruction to develop something new. So I would really avoid this kind of concepts. This is number one. Number two is listening to the last two questions that came to my mind, two quotes, which are related to the debate which we had. The first quote is from John Maynard Keynes, and he said that it's easy to develop new concepts and ideas. We are doing this all day long, developing new concepts and ideas. The difficult thing is to forget the old ones. And I think we in the West, we are in this situation currently. We are so concentrated on the current situation that we are not forgetting the old stories. We are not forgetting the old routines. For people from the global South, as you asked, this is easier, because they have been living so challenging times that it's easier to go for new trends. So this is one constellation. The second quote which came to my mind has to do with imagination. You talked about imagination, creativity. Tony, you also talked about it, I mean, there is an important description of what the era of enlightenment actually was about, And Immanuel Kant said it was about the reconfiguration of human thinking. I mean, this is deep, it is in a sense, it is disruptive. In German, it would be die Veränderung der Denkungsart der Menschen. So we build.
Sounds profound.
The essence was the reimagination of people, how we think about ourselves. I mean, we invented democracy, we invented human rights, we invented equality, And we are in a situation currently where we have to look at all these parameters and rethink those, And in a sense, this in a sense is very deep, and it has to do with mindsets, it has to do with imagination, and I think that we are in this process.
Tony.
Yeah, I think the band can't wait for me to shut up. But I think you really deserve an answer. So first, when you say, shouldn't we have a rupture or a radical transition? So my father come from Hungary, was born in 1928, went through the war, and then the communist. I'm not for these ruptures. But the paradox is we are in a rupture. We are, with or without green deals or clean deals, it is there. And if we're trying to do is to navigate this as best we can, because if we don't, the costs of not acting, which we haven't really spoken about, are insurmountable in terms of human suffering. But I would fully agree with what Dirk said, that I'm very much against deliberately trying to have a tabula rasa and then trying to build something new. I think that's dangerous because we humans can't control that. And then to the last gentleman, the first founder of the Green Party, if I'm correct, is what one of the founders. Well, you could just say founder because the other ones are not here, I'm sure. So congratulations. It's very interesting what you said. And my former boss, Frans Timmermans, used to say, he said, my parents, because he was born in 1961, my parents, they came from the Second World War, and they needed to build up after the war so their children would have it better. And they told me, son, take good care of yourself. And then he said, and I did. I took really good care of myself. And now I'm aging, and my young children are being young adults, and I'm turning to my children, he's speaking for a whole generation, and he says to the children, please take good care of me. And that is the mindset that has to change. And it's called about a good ancestor. So the idea that you plant a seed of a tree of whose shade you will not sit in. That cathedral thinking of building for something that is not for you, we got to regain that. That after the Second World War, our parents or grandparents were building a continent for their offspring. Instead of the world we are in now, where we can like and have instant gratification, how do I gratify myself now? Who cares what comes after me? And I think that philosophical change is something we have to do. It's up to us to teach our children. That's on us. If they're not behaving, it's our fault, not theirs. But I think that will be the challenge for the future. Thank you very much.
I hope you all enjoyed the evening as much as I did. I can't refrain from leaving you with one of my final thoughts also, which I share everything that has been said here on this red sofa. But my own take on all of those fundamental philosophical ideas is very basic. In a democracy, we elect the people will help us in parliaments to make the changes that we need. We have been talking politics tonight, and we need all to be aware of it. It's we who make or unmake the majorities. So let's work on our own, and let's be very conscious that our little crosses at the right point in time do matter. And on that thought, have a nice evening.
This Beau Lieu Café was made by Verena Ehel, Dix Messner, Tony Agata, Carl Valkenberg, Louis Meuleman, Ingeborg Nistro, Lisanne Groen, Anne-Katrien Nachtwey, Violeta Filippiets, Nicole Adler, Helmoet Gaugic, Johan de Koning, Tobe Maas, Tom van der Velde, Mieke de Preter, Matthias Witskoot, Nikita Terwang, Thibaut Loberijn, Saskia de Lansheer, the catering here on the bar, Johannes, Xavier and Fadel, and the house band with Karl Franken, Jeroen Henstra, Serge de Ridder and Avi Bunting. Thank you and see you next time. Ciao.
seks later is niet. Ik denk dat ik weinig... Het is niet riet. Een batterijsplaats van die voorste.
Extra bij? Het is een lijn. Het is een lijn. Die gebruiken in noodgeval. Extra batterijen bij. Nou, misschien heb ik er wel in.
Ja, ja.
Twee dus, hè, Carl?
Het is oké.
De micro ook terug wel dichter. Ja? En de sax?
Zo, ja, ik krijg hem er doorgetrokken.
So I have been told that some of you sustainables like to dance. So for all the brave ones who are still here, let me see it, okay? All the rest of the set, actually.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for staying and listening. We were Pepper Room.